Ah, the game's missing. I knew I forgot something when I got home. Hello. Come on, show up. Hi. I am here. And so are you. And it isn't even fucking 8 PM yet. Org. Sick. Oh no. I'm healthy. I'm healthy. I'll also be munching on some nuggies. No! The betrayal. Okay, let's get right into business though, because we need a level up. So we'll immediately queue for this, because it will take 8 minutes for us to get in there. And I will also... Oh wait, no, we discussed that we wanted to do an optional one, I think. In that case, I'll go to Vesper Bay. Or maybe... No, maybe even the Curthus Islands. It was good. I'm no longer stressed to death. So, there's a side quest here that has this little plus symbol. That means it's optional. I've heard much of your doings, and I think you are the person for the task. To the west is Zemail Darkhold, and was meant to serve as a new keep of Lord Zemail. Ever a friend to house during there. But before masons and carpenters could complete the work with the caves, hordes of Voidsend appeared and drove them out. In the years since, the creatures have consolidated their presence. As such, we officially petition your assistance in reclaiming the Darkhold. All arrangements have been made. You need only give your assent. Speak with Sir Ophelie at the Ingress if you are with us. And she will tell you what you need to know. The Darkhold. Enter caves behind me until as them will begin to enlarge. Woe is with us. Yet the war with the dragons rages, and we've no nights to spare for this noble mission. Even I am here strictly on a very long lunch break arranged by Sir Kurilor. Please see to these abominations, Sir Adventurer. I have much prowess with the paperwork. Should you require aid of that sort. Okay. Mm-hmm. So, how was your day then? Not that eventful, I imagine, with being sick and all. Hmm. Also, yeah, we're about to hot and full of Italian cuss words because betrayal of body. I see. Like fuck, but with your fingers pinched. Oh, it did rain. Nice. Ahem. Yes, fuck in Italian, very good. I'm thinking about like how many like specific word groups I know per language. And I think curse words and insults is right up there with greetings. Good fan. I don't know any Italian ones off the top of my head though. I just happen to know like whore in a lot of languages. Like I know it in Polish, in Russian, in English, in German, of course. I know shit in like with the same usage as fuck in French and in Japanese. It's a 19+ stream. I don't see why, like, as long as it isn't like an insult, I don't see why you couldn't teach me words. Like, as long as you don't make me say a word that I could get banned for, it's fine. Oh, I'm trying to figure out how that would be pronounced. I think the C would be a hard K sound, and the double Z, if I remember correctly from music theory, there's a word that's pizzicato, so it would be that sound. Would that be correct, or would double Z be a soft sound? No hard double Z. Okay, so it's Katzo. Or am I doing the like? Or is the rhythm wrong? Would it be Katzo? The first one. Okay. Good to know. Italian plus 100. Oh, nice. The keyboard. But like, for instance, shit in French is merde. Merda. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. For instance, also in Japanese, it's kso. That's shit in Japanese. It's kuso. The transliteration to Romaji is KUSO. So, interestingly, for that word, there is a portmanteau of this game with of this name of this word with game, ksoge, which literally means shit game, and bad games actually hold some level of fame in Japan. It's a lot of fun to play bad games, like intentionally. So if you're smart, you don't pull them out of range of me, because... Okay, so... I don't think I have to do this, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Because I can explain the mechanic. I have to stand in this for an amount of time until it disappears. And when it's gone, then it will be gone. And then the door opens. And these count faster with more people in them. And they reset if you leave. So, if your tank of choice does pull the mobs incorrectly, you will be out of range and you will just stuck in the countdown. And that's your life then. Countdown is life. Countdown is love. Hi. Also, ranged enemies in this part of the game, they don't like moving. So this betrayed soul will just stay there, taunting us from afar. Also, the healer has to do their job. Otherwise, we die. There's no option here. Okay, so boss time. Also, as I wanted to say, this is the first optional dungeon that we're playing. You don't have to play this, although I personally suggest that you do. because it is very good to have all the dungeons completed. Because then you will not be like, what is this that I haven't done yet? I just won't do them on stream because it doesn't matter for the Bnuuy playthrough. I will only play optional dungeons if I need to level. Oh, that was not what I wanted. Okay, so for this boss, it has the quirk where it is only vulnerable while it is inside one of these purple areas on the floor. However, the purple areas tend to disappear after a while and you need to move to a different crystal. As you can see, the purple area has vanished. So we'll continue to beat up the boss in this purple area. Amazing, I know. It is purple. And an area. This could be going much faster, but I'm not doing a very good job as a black mage right now. And as with all bosses that are proper bosses in this game, if they die, you get loot. And all the enemies disappear. Okay. So this part of the dungeon was completely remapped. You used to be able to drop down there. That is no longer a feature. The reason why that's no longer a feature is because it was annoying. Because they decided to put skippable enemies on that part of the dungeon. And you had to fight them if you dropped down. And no one likes to fight things you don't have to fight. Which is something they realized in dungeon design after a Realm Reborn space game. And they started making dungeons where you exclusively have to fight everything to progress. And that is where we are today. With much better dungeon design and much less frustration by fighting things you don't have to fight. This tank apparently hates me with a passion and does not want me to attack. Alright then. Can you stop moving? No, you fucking stay. Holy shit. It's already impossible for you to tank. Stop leaving. Ah! They will not come to you. Have you played this game before? You have not. Okay, you will be forgiven for not knowing that. I need to cast, my friend. Stop moving. Thank you. So this is one thing you can do to make them kind of follow you. If you hide behind a corner where they don't have line of sight, they will move in line of sight, taking the fastest path to their target, which is your face. Oh my god. No, why would you have the Black Mage deal damage, Mr. Tank? That would make absolutely no sense. Ah. Ah, yes, this boss. This boss is special. In that it barely exists. I fucked that up. No matter. Here we go. So it just kind of stands there menacingly. And then it summons friends. And they throw shit at us. And that is the entire encounter. And that's it. The shit hurts. But that's about the only challenge you get in here. It's a heal check. You better learn how to heal when playing this. Also, he sometimes eats the tank, which is mildly infuriating. Come on. And then they leave. I am unsure what that is about. Like, they don't despawn. They, like, actively were programmed to leave the room and go somewhere else. Do they reappear in this dungeon? No, they do not. They are never to be seen again. So, this is one of these rooms where you don't technically have to kill everything. You don't need to kill the wandering skeletons or those betrayed souls. You don't really need to kill anything in here. Because the only thing you need to do is to have these two countdowns do their thing. The problem is... skeletons. They have pathing. So they come to you, and then you have to kill them, because then you are in combat. I think you could technically, with all 4 party members in this circle, come in, you dingus. With all 4 party members in the circle, you could feasibly do this before the skeletons become a problem, but there's no point. Like, why would you? Mine. Still mine. That one is still mine. Aggro. Delicious. Delicious, delicious enmity. Come on, pull them, please. Thank you all. Maybe pull both? Oh, you did. Amazing. Oh, fuck. Okay. I just walk. It's faster if I just walk. Because I'm like right there. In the beginning of each boss arena, there's like this kind of thing. Where if you beat the boss, you can teleport there from the beginning of the dungeon. And this was like literally the second room after the boss before. So taking the 2 minutes of lower damage, it wasn't worth it over just like walking for 10 seconds. A lot of people are too lazy to walk. I don't know why, it's damage loss. But I mean, I guess whatever floats your boat. Oh, final boss. We're here. That is the fucker. Rah! Very short cutscene. Respects the player's time. I like it. Okay. Thunder. Fire. And begin. So this boss has a very annoying mechanic where he will do that. And not take damage for as long as he has that stupid tether on him. And another crystal will also fire these at one randomly chosen player, who will then have to evade, which is obviously the black mage, because why would I want to move? To not move. Why would I ever want to stand still in this class that casts for literally 2 seconds? That makes absolutely no sense. So yeah, that's this boss's entire repertoire. Rar indeed. He does the crystal. He gets on my nerves. You break the crystal. And then you continue hitting his face. Engaging, I know. Oh, and he sometimes randomly zaps a person, but that's not really relevant for my class. I don't care about being zapped. So the crystal is active, which means we gotta do that part again. And now we are in the final phase of the fight, because there's no more crystals, we broke them all. Which means that he gets angry, and he just does this now. Isn't that amazing? I love this, it is the worst. Literally the mechanic I hate the most. Because it forces me to move every time. Angry roar, yes. And we're done. That was the entire dungeon. And that's it. I don't want this. I will do that and I'll leave. Bye. Okay, we are done. Very good. That means we can now do this. And what would I do this for? Fuck, okay, I have to do this. Flare. Flare's too good. Okay, before we can actually play the main story, we need to complete the class quest. We need Flare. Like, there's no option here. We do need Flare. Flare's very good. Flare's an excellent button. It just does a fuckload of damage. It also costs all your mana. All of it. A drink? I don't know if I have one. Don't know if I have one right now. That's a yes. I thought that bottle was empty. Oh well. Hey. Eat. Okay, hello. You've gathered the first 4 artifacts, Ring. This is not no small feat. Yet I fear little time remains. If the tablet of Dazar's great ancestors to be believed, there's yet one more. Attempting to see the Void Gate before you have found them all would be a height of folly. Our search for the solace of the gods continues. I have gone through all the records left by my great-grandfather, but I have discovered little. Our search, blah blah blah. The only seemingly relevant passage I found was this last. He put it to paper some 100 years ago, just before bidding farewell to his home. The true power of destruction will be awoken. Oh, my mouse is almost empty. Hold up. I need to plug in my peripheral. I use a wireless mouse because I don't like the feel of when the cable drags. So I just got rid of the cable. This mouse lasts about a week of like daily use for hours. It's really good. It also helps that it does automatically shut down if it's not in use. The only seemingly relevant passage I found was this last. The true power of destruction will be awoken in that most sacred of places. The power of destruction is black magic, of course. But as to what is meant by this awakening, I fear I'm at a loss. You believe that Dazar, Dozolmelok's ancestors might know more? To be sure, they were witness to the same events, and it is true that they too left their homes 100 years ago and were damned for traitors. It could be mere coincidence, but no, I do not think that likely. I fear his foreshadows are doom. Should you fight all else, I beseech you to tell me at once. I will continue to the search for answers. The tablet seems to suggest that the way of the solace of the gods and the final relic will be made known in time. Yet we can scarce afford to wait idly by. Both Dozolmelok and Dazar understand this urgency. They have already returned to their respective homelands and delve into the matter. Now, to your next task. I must return to he who first bound our 4 fates together. The prophet, Kukuruka. Perhaps the words can guide us once more. Okay. Lalai! Where you at, girl? Weavers Guild. Hog. Hoggers. Okay. Hello. Please, you must help me. Guguruk has disappeared. Fuck. That man's no messenger of Nalthal. He's a miscreant and charlatan. One guilty of the most heinous crimes. No one had seen him for days. We became worried and entered his chambers to see that he was well, though he prohibited me from doing so. Within, I found only evidence of his deception. The records he had hidden were damning, and now he was condemned as the greatest criminal of this day. 100 years past, he conspired with Magi from the Beast Tribes to summon a creature known as Barbatos, a monstrosity that was meant to destroy all of Eorzea. The plot was discovered by the Order of Nalthal, and the Void Gate was sealed before Barbatos could emerge. Kukuruka was cast into the Marasaja pit for his crime, where he was to rot until his last breath. The Order was loath to let word of this spread, fearing others might someday seek to succeed where Kukuruka failed, and so they left no record of the plot, save a few inscrutable documents, parchments intelligible only to those whom the secret was known. They were the last words I found among the scrubbings. 4 is the answer. 4 spells of black, 4 artifacts of Eld, the blood of 4 races. By 4 alone shall the true power of destruction be woken from the Void Gate. Rain, black magic is not the key to sealing the Void Gate, it's the key to opening it. Kukuruka used this to receive this dark art, and now means to finish what he began a century ago. Oh no! What fools were we to believe his lies? Please, Rain, you must stop him before it is too late. Hurry to Null's reflection in southern Thanalan. No! We were betrayed? But I was getting so good at blowing up stuff. Come on. Was all a lie? But I like blowing up stuff. No. Let's go to the mall today. Friends? Who this? Proceed! Ah. Oh no. What is that? Oh no, it's a gargoyle. Is that Barbados? Oh no, he dropped. Can you believe this betrayal? He summoned Barbados, and it's not even the cute one from Genshin Impact. Imagine he just summoned Venti. I think Venti is cute. Don't judge me. Yeah, pretty drunk. I mean, I would be too after that backstory. I should probably close these void gates, shouldn't I? That seems like a good idea. Hey, you get that. Trauma. I mean, I don't know. You know, you're kind of bound to lose a loved one after a few thousand years of immortality. Please remember, stop him before it's too late. Wah! I am stopping him, you fool. You fool! Absolute buffoon! I've been had! The fool! I have been positively bamboozled! Do I need to kill those? Nah. What's more important? Hey! Indeed, what's more important? Just ignore the ads. You! What did you do? You've deceived us all! Hey, you will! No, you're one of Hitali Malok's get. Are you not? Mother of mother of mother, her name you know? And you, Amalja, yes, you're the line of Kazibcha, I can see it. Cobalt, oh, your veins courses the blood of Dagu, does it not? And last but not least, the Black Mage reign. Splendidly done. Few could have vanquished Barbados as you have. No doubt you're all eager to hear what truly transpired 100 years ago. Being a kindly soul, I shall tell you. I was an ambitious mage in my youth, insatiable in my thirst for knowledge of the arcane. In the course of my studies, I discovered ancient writings which told of black magic, a magic capable of destroying as only the gods can. Was innocent at first, until it wasn't. But then questions began to arise in my mind that demanded answers. Where had the black mages of old gone? Why had the existence of an art been hidden? And so I probed, endlessly, tirelessly. The more I uncovered, the more it drew me in. There was such power to be had! I was not merely ambitious, I was also vainglorious. I desired recognition, deference. By accomplishing that which no other could, I sought to make my legacy an eternal one. Yet the pursuit of black magic was trying. I would pass days, weeks, months at a time, unsure of how to proceed. What little progress did come, came but slowly. That was when I met your ancestors. The gem of Shatoto, the power of sense magic, the relics, all of these things I owe them. of these things I owe to them. With their vast knowledge, the slow crawl of my studies turned into leaps and bounds. I don't know why it's the same person. I just saw Exile and read it like an Exile, but it was still Kukuruka. Fuck it. I dare say your ancestors sought the same recognition as I. Kazib-Cha, ridiculed by the Amal-Jah for his ingenious analysis of worldly phenomena. Etali Melok, named a pariah for not sharing the small-minded prejudice of the exile. Dagu, victim of his kind's idiocy, bound never to leave the land of the kobolds. Oh no. We toiled together, learning what we could. And learn we did. Much and more. Imagining we had gleaned all that was to be known, we prepared to hold dark right, when we believed would restore black magic to its fullest expression. I do not know what came over me. Blinded by my own lust for power, I altered one of the incantations. It was arrogant, foolish. Our command over the ancient powers we summoned was lost. I watched as the chaotic ether washed over my friends, ripping them apart, only to fuse them together into an abomination. No, you couldn't mean that thing we just saw. Yes, when I saw what my hubris had created, I mustered all of my strengths to see Barbados sealed behind the Void Gate. Sealed, yet not defeated. Yet I felt myself corrupted by the ether. Was unsure whether I could hold my powers in check. Fearful, I returned to Uldar, where I manipulated their minds of a few thaumaturges of the Order into believing I had committed some terrible crime. Only with me confined to the depths of the Marasara pit could the realm be safe. There I remained, waiting for the coming of one with the power to purify the ether of those 3 friends with whom I once shared a dream. I do not expect your forgiveness, but I am truly sorry. No words Dozzle has. Wah! Only wah! I am not long for this world. Here, take the relic while I still have strength enough to offer it. The 5th artifact. Yes, the 5th. Welcome to the solace of the gods. Perhaps you know it better at Null's reflection, as most do. Truly remarkable, Rain. You have succeeded where many great mages have failed, mastered what sought to master. I can now rest knowing that this power is safe with you. It is for you to set the hatreds of the past aright. No. My time to join Thal has come. May he greet me as a friend. Ermagerd? Then it is over, finished. Ended, over. We did all we could, and the souls of Kukuruka, the others, have been saved. The legends carried by my forebears have had their final chapter written in this day. I confess, there is a sadness in that. I'm proud to call you friend, Rain. Brethren, brother, friend. Now and always. No matter how divergent our paths from here. Yes, you are a true mage of the black now. Pray grace we kobolds in La Nosea with your presence someday. That's your plan, this was. To fulfill this purpose, Kukuruka did. Mother of mother of mother, forgiven Kukuruka she has. Think so, Dozzle does. Finished the story is. Had much fun, Dozzle did. Like mother of mother of mother. Grand fun she had too, Dozzle hopes. Farewell, Rain. We meet again someday, Dozzle hopes. To think Kurika carried that anguish 100 long years. His crime was born of the hubris of youth, yet his atonement came from the wisdom of old age. His soul has found peace, and it is not our place to linger and disturb it. Come, let us return to Burgundy Falls. Okay. Guardo. Zaful. We are driving to the quest. Things have come to an end, it would seem. Both the threads which bound us all and this tragic tapestry they wove. Most mysterious things, these lives we lead. Do you recall when the words of so many legends and prophecies first brought you to me? It was here, at these same Burgundy Falls. We've spoken so much here since then, yet I never imagined this day would come. I stand before you now with no regrets. I'm grateful to the gods for letting our paths cross. Dozal Melok, Daza and you, Rainumbria. I could count you all as my brethren in black. Together we have seen the souls of our ancestors given peace, and I too now feel a happiness I've never known. You have become a true Black Mage, my friend. And more than that, a true friend, Black Mage. Let the dark art we share be a symbol of our bond, and that our dying and shadow our light, by day or night. And that is the end of the Realm Reborn Black Mage quests. They didn't make any more until the next expansion. This concludes the Black Mage quest for Final Fantasy XIV, A Realm Reborn. In order to undertake the next series of quests, you must first meet the following requirements. You must complete the main scenario quest before the dawn. Once you have done so, the next Black Mage quest will be available from Lalai. Back in black. Alright. And now it is completely worthless. This is item level 90, which is vastly superior to 50. Like by a mile too. But that is fine. Custom time. You now have actual stats. Amazing, I know. You don't have currency yet, though. Okay. Accept. You have rekindled the flames of courage that burn within a brave men and women's hearts. And for this, I thank you. Now the time for battle is nigh. We must march forth with no worries or regret. General Rauban awaits you at Castra Meridianum. The battle will not be an easy one, but I trust that you are up to the task. Godspeed, Private Umbria. Wait. No? Where's my Grand Company salute? Should have one? Ah, it's GC salute. There. Behemoth! Go! Rauban! Rauban! Ah, the lasers. There they are. The music up here is really intense. Can this fucker turn around? Nope. Screw you. Dang it. Ah, well. Almost there. Robot! Oh, hero returns. I trust that your visit has done much to lift the spirits of our garrison on the eve of our greatest battle yet. Time is of the essence. Let us commence this briefing at once. Hey, cutscene. Oh. Is this voiced? These be voiced. It appears to be. My hair is clipping through my coat. Very cute. This seems too intense to not be voiced. This is not voiced. Okay, fuck this. Brothers and sisters of the Alliance, I would share with you glad tidings. Doubtless spurred by the news of the siege of Castramorians, the Maelstrom has struck a double blow. Castramorian, Occidents, and Castramarinum are now under blockade. Phase 2 of Operation Archon is a success. Reports tell us that the Galleons offered fierce resistance, but that the Admiral yielded them not one ilm. With Occidents, Marinum, and Orients thus suppressed, the third phase may begin in earnest. Even as we speak, the Order of the Twin Adder moves to block the railway, leading hither from Castrum Century, and that can mean only but one thing. The hour has come to strike at the heart of the Galleon invasion force. Castra Meridianum, the den of the Black Wolf. It is. My fellow Eorzeans, I am Minfilia, mistress of the science of the seventh dawn. There exist myriad barriers that divide us. Those of race and nation, language and creed, to name but a few. Such barriers serve to isolate us from our neighbors, yet they also serve to define who we are. Shorn of them, there would be little to distinguish one from another, and the rich variety of our lives would give way to sterile orthodoxy. These barriers can never truly be broken down, of course. Not so long as there's liberty in the world, but they can be transcended. Verily, we do so now in coming together for this grand endeavor, to fight side by side in defense of our shared home. Before me stands the adventurer Rain Umbria. You all know him as the man who will lead the unit tasked with destroying the Ultima weapon. We Science know a different Rain, however. We know them as a dear friend who has endured untold hardship on our behalf. A true hero who has never blazed a path for us to follow. And why do I tell you this? I tell you, friends, because it is time for us to blaze a path for them. Objective is to wreak such havoc outside the walls of Meridianum as to afford Rain and his comrades the time they need to disable the Magitech field generator within. With the path thus cleared, you may finally turn our minds to the true goal of this operation. The destruction of the Ultima weapon. All troops, prepare for battle. Okay. I fear I can't accompany you this time. The unenviable task of facilitating communications between our forces has been entrusted to the Ironworks. Know though that I will be praying for your safe return. Yeah. See that you come back to us, my friend. May the crystal bless you and keep you. We'll suffer the Black Wolf to prowl our lands no more. Let us teach the hunter what it is to be hunted. Forward! For Eorzea! Go now, Rain, and bring us one step closer to the dawn. The dawn! The 7th dawn. Diff. Hi, Melva. I need something to drink. Speaking Roban is not good without a drink. By the way, I don't know if you joined early enough, but how do you rate my Minfilia performance versus the actual Minfilia performance? They should have just hired me for Minfilia. Medba. Item level, I know. Join. Yeah, he is indeed. I mean, Jason Miller has done a bunch of other things for this game. Impression is on the spot, not gonna lie. Very good, very good. Okay, we'll be waiting for this for a bit. We are trekking into I haven't actually played this yet territory very soon. Because they changed this whole shit up. And I don't think I have gotten into the first one yet. On my main. Today's weather has not been kind to my voice. Speaking of this game, does server transfer work today? There's been a follow-up 3. Huh. Interesting. It will probably last until next week. I think. They probably won't turn it on until everything else is fully fixed. And since they right here, they need to do a hotfix for the other system. Yeah. There has been a follow-up news part 3 for a bit, actually. Just nobody ever checks the lodestone for these things. There has been a follow-up part 3 since 14 hours. They posted it at 5:40 in the morning. So they need to do a hotfix for the game to fix a few issues of the new stuff. And they will do this hotfix sometime next week. Once they know when the hotfix will come out, they will post another another update. So I don't expect it to be yeah. Server transfer will not be turned on until data center travel works. They said this. They specifically wrote this in the like fucking when did they turn it off? Yeah. In the now 20 days old announcement that the like world transfer system would be turned off, they say here specifically that they will not turn it back on until the data center travel is stable. Like, yeah. Data center travel is what needs to work for that to be turned on. Hey. Yep, won't be turned on until stable. Indeed. Can't relate. Oof. But yeah, they said so actually like about 20 days ago when they turned world transfer off. That they won't turn it back on until they have confirmed both the data center expansion and the new data center travel feature to be stable. Which means that it will take probably until that hotfix. Earliest. Because they have now managed to get the data center travel working stable. But if they get a lot of requests, it may still break, and that's a client problem, apparently. Like, I think the way that it sends the requests might be messing something up. This honestly was to be expected, because they rolled out a massive feature. Along with, like, 6 additional servers. I was hoping it would go well, but I was honestly not expecting it. Like, I'm not surprised that everything broke. No, Balmung survives the flood. Your PCs don't, though. Yep. But yeah, any and all news are important right now. I think it makes sense if you do the server transfer and something breaks while you do it, your character data might be lost. So I think it's a good thing they want the service to be stable before they allow you to use that again. So that they don't get a billion support tickets and have to recover like hundreds of characters from the limbo. Like, the game has backups, no problem. They can recover a character that was deleted because of server failure. It will just be a lot of effort. And will also be a lot of annoyance to the players. Imagine not having your character for 5 days. You wouldn't want that. So yeah, I can understand. My character only has 10,000? That's rookie numbers, my friend. I have over a year, which should be more than 10,000. At this point. No, wait, it's not. I am stupid. Over years under 10,000. Math. Yeah, why would I be attached to a character that has 10,000 hours of playtime? This is Sid. This is Thancred. Haven't been here. This is new. Where did the... Wait, where did the... What? What? Okay, so, since Kakyun has never heard these sirens, these alarms, do you also hear these sirens very clearly saying, "Kill me"? I overread that you were gone for a sec. Kakyun, do you also hear these sirens very clearly saying, like these alarms that wah, wah, very clearly saying, "Kill me"? heal me. Like, I don't get DME from them. I do get, like, heal me and feel me. But I think kill me is the strongest one. Whoa, 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 bro. Dude, you didn't do this back in the day. What is that? Bruh. Actual mechanics in my level 50 dungeon? Amazing. Oh, you know what's really funny, Melva, to me as a person who has played this game for a long time now? What are those mechanics? Yes, exactly that. It is really weird to play an Endwalker dungeon while I'm still in a Realm Reborn content, you know? Because this is an Endwalker dungeon. They added it like 6 months ago. Not even, like it's been 3, I guess? I don't know. It's weird. What is that, quality? Yep. It's so strange to be just in recent dungeon design in here. What? No cutscene? Wait, how are you faring? Reached the end? Why did they use the "This is Thancred" text box? That is clearly the "This is Thancred" box. This is Sid, by the way. I mean, they opened with "This is Sid." They did this on purpose, didn't they? Kill me. Scathe. Scathe. My favorite spell. Scathe. The good spell. What? Wee. This is Sid. Look at my biceps, my ARR design. He is a dilf. Scathe Craigasm. Wait, huh? Was that kid always there? Did they? No, they didn't. They did! The pipe section is gone. You used to be able to go down there and blow up some cerulean pipes. That no longer exists. Amazing. Explosion! I love Flare. I love Flare so much. It's such a cool spell. Rip pipes. The pipes will be missed. But yeah, so for anyone who hasn't played the original version of this dungeon, you used to be able to go there and blow up stuff. That section apparently no longer exists. Very sad. You will be missed, pipes. Okay, what mechanics do you have in store for me, boss? I see. Proximity markers. Yes. What is this? Hello? I did not sign up for this. No, sir. If only I had any way of reducing the damage. The copy pasta. But honestly, they are. How dare they add mechanics without my consent? Ow. Oh god, I have paralysis. Fuck me. Thank you, healer. Ah. Ooh. Fire. Does this give me... It does. The healer actually soon at me, yes. Good boy. I leveled up and that gave me a mana refill. As speedrun strats. Just get the mana refill, never stop attacking. I wonder if this section is still the same. They just remade this as 4-player content. Oh, by the way, the start of the dungeon is like over there. And new players frequently get lost here and walk up there because they think that's where the dungeon continues. It's not. Like, you start here, you come here, you teleport over, do the boss, and then you come back here. We did all that roundabout shit by going in there. What? You don't have to wait for Sid? The heck? Did they... Rip half of the dungeon? What the fuck? The towers are walled off too. What is this? This used to be accessible. There used to be an entire part of the map back there. They deleted half of the dungeon. What is going on? I am in shambles. I will have you know. This is unbelievable. Where's my dungeon? Where did I put it? Hello? They deleted the cannons too. Sid is also now attacking this. I miss Sadab. Sadab was great. It has died. I can still kind of... Oh, it's combat. Yeah! That was the funniest part. I actually liked that. I liked the popcorn dungeons. Ah. You can't even write Sid because you can't place waymarks in combat. Sad. Diverting our power to cannons. Dick bath fear. Yeah. Yes. Would that count as an insult in in-game tag? Sadab, yes. Sadab was excellent. My lord, just try take it up. I can't read that fast. About the multitude. This is auto. I can't pause this because of how the dungeon works. You better read. As you should be sure, even slew Rittertin. One of our very finest, yep. I need this song. I don't know what the name of the song is. You're allowed to continue. You will eventually deprive me of all that I have toiled for. There are my minions, my comrades, even my lord, Gaius. Well, you cannot have him. Yeesh, Livia. His dreams, his ambitions, his body and soul, they are mine. She's simping. She is very much... The arena is round? The fuck you mean round? What is this? I hate this. This arena wasn't round. You're not supposed to be round, arena. Well, adoptive father. They are not blood related. But she is indeed horny for her adoptive father. Yeah, why is all the arena round? Stop it. Stop building exclusively circles, you fucks. That looked like a penis for a second. It is a double crossing penis. I cannot attack. And a Japanese stepped and stole me in. Yep. Yep. Double crossing penis. Pog. Peen. Blizzard. Whoa. That sound actually fucking scared me for a second. Actually, also, if in case you didn't notice, we have the excellent music again. I love this track. These AoE markers symbolize the relationship between Sid and Nero. They do. They do, though. They absolutely do. Like, you are correct, my friend. They use it on Rittertin too, by the way. Which he absolutely deserves, this song. Have you seen his new fight? It's a masterpiece. No, it's happening all over again. Please, I cannot bear it. Don't take him away from me. My lord, Gaius. Yes. Have you seen Rittertin's new fight? It is a absolute marvel. Another fool who craved Gaius' affection over all else. May her soul no rest. Ah, it's so good. It is amazing. They outdid themselves. I have high hopes for the fight. The other fight that became a single-player instanced thing. Now. I have very high hopes for Steamroll the Bread. It's a miracle no harm has come to you, my friend. One for which I will happily give thanks. And thanks to your fine diversionary work, we've succeeded in bringing down this generator tower. With it, the Magitech field. The way to the Praetorium now lies open. The only problem is we can't reach it on foot. Nay, we need to take the Enterprise. I left at the Cerulean processing plant, so let's regroup there. This is it, Rain. The final confrontation awaits! Yeah, Bread Boy normal, indeed. I do mean Bread Boy normal. Wouldn't it be Bread Man normal, seeing how Bread Boy is a different NPC? Or have we or have we already declared that character as Bun? I knew you wouldn't let us down, soldier. With the Praetorium stripped of its defenses, the way to the Ultima weapon lies open. The time has come for the final phase of Operation Archon. No, wait. Those are actually bad. Why does it keep giving me earrings? Pog. Wait, that gives you Fantasia? Okay. Since when? Does that just give you Fantasia? Well, I can't go into specifics. It's a new NPC connected to the new raid content. Who, buns. Because his dad is bread. It always has? Amazing. For the final phase of the operation, I flames the Stormcaster Meridianum and suppress what is left for the Imperial garrison. If all goes well, this will allow you to reach the Praetorium unopposed, fit and ready for an encounter with the Ultima weapon. Yours is the most dangerous mission of all, but the best must bear the heaviest burden. There's not another soul in this realm that could see the deed is done, and Melvib and Kane are of the same mind as me. The all hangs on your success. You must not let our plight make you desperate. Victory belongs to the bold, not the reckless. Bards want to sing of heroes who valued their life for naught next to honor, love, and liberty. But to tell you now, that which men value at naught, they'll sell cheap. Risk no more than you must, you hear me? That is a sentence. Holy fuck. I do mean doughboy. It is dough. Okay, I was going for buns. But dough works. Now best you were off. We have work to do, the both of us. See that your preparations are in order, then report to Sid. He awaits you with this enterprise at the Cerulean processing plant. May Ralga grant you strength. Thank you. I've read Kant and OS. Very good. Okay. Sid! Wedge just doing stretches, it seems. The Enterprise is at your disposal. when you're ready to head for the Praetorium, you need only say the word. If we succeed in destroying the Ultima weapon, it will deal a crippling blow to the Empire's hopes of conquest. Kant is his name. After that, the 14th Legion would not dare hate. After that, the 14th Legion would not dare to move against us. Barring the discovery of further Legate Doomsday devices, that is. Let's be on our way, Rain. Gaius and his playthings await. Hey! The Praetorium! Good luck, pets, for the finale of this game, part 1. Out of 3, yes. They made this into a lot of small things instead of one big one. But yeah. Well then. Random floating particle effect. Yeah, it's still there. It is... They didn't remove it, if I remember correctly. Particle effect Chan is still in the game. I'm pretty sure if they were to delete it, it would break the cutscene or something. Ah, that works. It's just always been there. But I haven't been able to figure out what causes it to exist. It's just in the cutscene for some reason. And honestly, I don't think Square Enix knows. If they knew where that thing came from, they probably would have deleted it time ago. It isn't there if you switch it to Japanese. What the fuck? Why is it there? I don't understand. What is its purpose? Ah. I see. Ah, I see. I see. Interesting. So my theory was correct. If they were to remove it, it would break the cutscene. Okay. But ye. So, how is everyone feeling this close to the end of the base game? Of like, this is only the beginning, but it is an end too. Are you excited for how the story plays out to this point? Yee. Nice. I am excited. Very good. Verily. Ah. Prithee, dost thou feel excitement for this end of days? And of a veritably amazing narrative, my friend? How long has this been here? They must have added that was flying. My milkshake bringeth all the gentlefolk to mine yard. Gentlefolk to mine yard. Excited little noises. Yeah. Wee. You could? I never tried. Let me in! There was? Huh. Oh my god, I could spawn in the Enterprise. The portal too. Come on, let me in the dungeon, please. Ba, 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 ba. I want to go down there. Oh no, I'm not able to. No. Mi tortas. Gotta get down there. Gotta get in there. Ah. Come on. Come on! Q, please! Yeesh. Yeah. I mean, I don't need to press anything for it. I have auto walk on. I just turn the camera with my mouse and wait for things to happen. Come on! Let me in! Holy fuck! Can't be that hard to get key for that dungeon. Yeesh. Well, that's a new. Well. Axolotl. Oh. Axolotl. Look at it. No, not leave. Axolotl. Såklart. Sitta struggle, yep. I'm just trauma. Yes. Axolotl. Såklart. Let me in the dungeon, holy fuck. Damn. I could go grab another fucking class and queue with that in the time it takes me to get in there. Just excel out. No! Actually, I think I could. Couldn't I? Hold up. Hold the up. Allow me to see if I can pick up other classes. Yep. Probably. No? That's the pugilist. Yep. Hey, wanna become samurai real quick? That's the samurai unlock quest, like right here. On this random person. I could become samurai. And red mage, I think. Yeah. I could become a samurai and red mage right now. If I wanted to. I cannot repair. I hate this. Oh. Yeah. But axolotl is small. Yeah. Of water and life and happiness and small. Jesus fucking heck. Let me in. God of small. Truly the city of sword classes, yes. Also the city of literally all other classes. There's barely any class unlocks that aren't here. Like, Red Mage is on the next map over. Reaper's here too. Oh, the music. Just listen to this shit. This is how you properly score a finale, my friends. Ba ba da 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 da. So here we are. The ultimate weapon will almost certainly be housed in the depth of the text box. That's too fast. You better read these yourself, because I will not be fast enough to read all of them out. This is it, my friend. Look at this bicep. Yes. Remember, we all simp for Sid here. We do simp for this man in this house. There he goes. I mean, you're gay anyway, but yeah, I get it. He is a cake of a man. So this is widely different from the original version. First of all, Sid wasn't here. And also, you didn't have to kill these enemies. You do now. This is kind of normal up to this part. Except, again, enemies weren't required to kill for most of this. But yeah, they cut about like 60% of the map out for the remake of this dungeon. Because it was just tedious, it wasn't fun. Like, good on them for realizing that and cutting the non-fun part out. So yeah, you go out here. And then you gotta kill these two. Yeah. So now they made the dungeon both actually engaging and actually challenging. That will hit me. But the music has been the same. Because if there's anything that is perfect about this game, it is Masayoshi Soken's score. Stand and fire, DPS higher. Yes. Soken is amazing. Just the percussions on this song. Everything. It gives you the exact feeling you need for what is going on here. Gaius! Ah, Sid, my boy. You are late. There's something I always meant to tell you, yet the name never seemed right. It concerns your father. What of him? In the winter of his years, Midas came to a poorest part in Meteor. He told me that he wanted nothing more than to wash his hands of the whole sordid business. But he did not wash his hands of it. He helmed the project until the day it killed him. Come now, Sid. You must know that he did not have the luxury of choice. By the time he realized his error, it was too late. Meteor had him completely in its thrall. Shortly before his transformation, mayhap sensing that something was amiss, Early on in your career, he realized that while you had talent for devising armaments, would never fulfill you. Long before you knew your own mind, he saw that you would be far happier using your knowledge for peaceful purposes. And the thought touched him. He was a changed man for it, though he could not let it show. Ripped open walls in this place just so you could say this to me? I want you at my side, Sid. Take up your father's mantle and become the Empire's lead engineer once again. My father had a change of heart, you said so yourself. Besides, I have long known my destiny, and I assure you it lies not with the Empire. A pity. And what of you, adventurer? Will you not skip my line? With your powers joined to mine, we might do much for this realm. Together we could bring order to these text boxes I can't finish reading. No, they can't expect no better answer than this. So be it. It was their strength that made me proffer my hand in friendship. And it is your strength that makes me proffer now my blade. Save as an ally, you're too dangerous to read text boxes to completion. I love how they now use the elevator for this. This enemy just used to appear behind us and walk in. Bye, Gaius. Run, Sid, or stay. It makes no matter. You cannot escape. The text boxes that close too fast. Gaius, wait, damn it! We stand Sid in this house. Ah yes, German is faster. Used to be faster. German used to be faster in this, and now it is slower than English. They killed the speedrun. Oh yeah, notice how the prelude, the Final Fantasy prelude is in this battle music. It is so good. Very verbatim too, like it's not this part. I don't think it loops enough for me to. That is. That is probably the most recognizable piece of music that Uematsu has ever written. Just the Final Fantasy prelude. Just put the prelude in it, yeah. Oh right, that's a teleporter now. This elevator used to work. They, however, they deleted the entire section of using it to get here. So it no longer works. Yeah, but it's so good. It's so good. Sometimes it's the simplest riffs or arpeggios that do like the most work. So now we get to ride our trusty Magitech thingy. And this is the one that we modified. It's the one that has the Ironworks crest on it. And we ride it to battle. It's our friend. It has the Mehmet heart in it and everything. Friend. Oh. We are riding our friend to battle. Yeah, there used to be a cutscene where it just recognizes you for like 5 seconds. They removed it. Yeah. They removed it for time's sake. Because, like, while extremely cute as a cutscene, it doesn't really add anything to the dungeon. And since you are forced to watch every cutscene in this dungeon every time you play it, they wanted to cut it for time when they remade it. This dungeon used to take 50 minutes to complete because it contained 40 minutes of just cutscene and 10 minutes of gameplay. And you were forced to sit through it every time. It gave an entire level of experience, though. Anyway, this cutscene is important because, yeah. Yes, that is true. They did modify this cutscene. That bulkhead is composed of the special alloy. Extremely tough. Ordinary fire won't even leave a mark, I'm afraid. You'll need to divert all power to the Magitech cannon. The armor's core is likely to expire from the strain, but there's no help for it if we want to press on. Now listen well. The control, engage auxiliary, then fire away. Don't mind the warning lights. Yeah, the dolly zoom. The camera work is excellent here. No! Magitech armor! No! You're natural at this. Alright, the way is clear. You're on your own now. Be careful. And I'm sad. The little prayer and everything. No. Don't worry, Sin can fix it. I believe. You have to be leaving a fine mess in your wake, adventurer. Someone there? I'll be used even full. Yep. Unplayable. Garland, old friend. How it warms the heart to hear your voice again after all these years. Oh, the music! Nero, is that you? Nero, whatever. You sound well. It would seem that this text box is too fast. The highest ranking tribunus of the 13th, it was you all this time? Tell me, Garland, how long do you intend to keep all the glory for yourself? What? You've lost me. Don't play the fool with me. Ever since the academy, I've been condemned to live in your shadow. By all objective measure, I was the more talented of the two of us. Yet that first counted for naught beside your privileged birth. You were admired as the young prodigy simply because your fire other was the great Midas non Garland. When you defected, I felt sure my star would fuck my life. But disappearing, you acquainted the status of a legend. Your reputed genius, gaining credence merely dint in front of yourself. Come to think of you more fondly, to this day, you're still the young prodigy of Magitech. They are shipped so hard. I, meanwhile, have ever been made to a few second rate. I who have continued to serve our nation faithfully, whenever I failed to excel. Why is it only to be expected? And when I exceed, I am too slow. Sorry. Nero. I don't know what to say. Oh, ship, yes! It matters not a whit what I achieve. Your existence has rendered mine worthless. Even Lord Van Balsar saw fit to offer you a place at his side. And who, in spite of your betrayal? Did he extend such an offer to me, the man who has remained loyal? No. Long have I endured this injustice, but no more. Lord Van Balsar, in the midst of activating the fully powered it's my magnum opus, the creation that will win me the recognition I am due. I will not let anyone interfere. Nero, what are you... Ever since I first set foot in this benighted land, I've watched you. Every move you've made, every step you've taken. You've failed icons, a fate made possible by the Echo. A peculiar power which shields you from their corrupting presence. It is of little wonder that my lord has taken an interest in you. As have I. If truth be told, it is my desire to harness your power for use in the Ultima weapon. Hammer time! He has a unique battle stance. When are we going to get hammers, Square? Should I succeed, Lord Van Balsar will surely take notice. Beside this, Garland's achievements will pay us child's play. Come, adventurer, and yield me the secrets of your power. It is so powerful. There's still no hammer class, yep. They have 2 NPCs now who wield hammers. No hammers in the game for players. When do we get what? Hammers. I'm a black mage. Move your ass to me. This song is so fucking good. Ah, the claws. Right. Whoa! I opened the chat. Fuck. Yeah. Same. I mean, they will make stuff eventually. They only have capacity for 2 classes every expansion, and I get why. Sure, cast. Fuck you, Nero. So that was a knockback marker. It signifies that the incoming attack will displace you in the direction of the of the arrows. However, using Surecast, or the melee equivalent, Arm's Length, will cause you to not be moved by most of these. Mind though, not all of them. But you would do well to remember this marker, because visual language in this game is actually coherent. And if something looks the same, it acts the same. Markers are consistent between fights, which is very nice. I think he was in a animation there. Sometimes enemies get animation locked and they have to finish their animation before they are able to die. This changes nothing. Yeah, you have to know which knockback can be prevented. You can find out by trying and then failing. And then you know. Then you have the knowledge. That is a rad monk weapon, by the way. You need to figure out which one that is. The ultimate weapon is activated, and it brims with the power of icons. Nothing can withstand it now. Are you alright? What of Nero? Fled? Damn it. Ah, Garuda, okay. The instant prior to the blackout, the instruments detected a massive power surge in the deepest chamber. Guys are certain to be there. We have to be careful. Word arrived from the Alliance a short while ago. It seems the Order of the Trinetta has completed its blockade of Castrum Sentry. What hands they can spare are hastening this way even as we speak, and likewise for the Maelstrom. All that's left is to destroy the Ultima weapon. I should warn you. The chamber which houses the target appears to be saturated with etheric energies. There's bound to be heavy interference. But even if we lose contact, you must go on. Just don't do anything stupid. Ah. Nice. Ah, the music. Oh, target. Okay. I will hide my face for a sec once this cutscene starts, because I want you to behold it in its glory.
Look for the lips control panel. It'll be somewhere nearby. Take the lid down, and you should find yourself in the chamber of the Ultima weapon.
From here until the end of the game, it will be fully voiced.
Keep your eyes peeled. Gaius could be waiting for you down there.
Well, until the end of the Realm Reborn's base game, not all of it.
Think about Don. They're too bloody useful. The interference is getting worse. I don't think the connection will last much.
There he is.
Tell me,
For whom do you fight?
how very glib. And do you believe in Eorzea? Eorzea's unity is forged of falsehoods. Its city-states are built on deceit, and its faith is an instrument of deception. It is not but a cobweb of lies. To believe in Eorzea is to believe in nothing. In Eorzea, the beast tribes often summon gods to fight in their stead, though your comrades only rarely respond in kind. Which is strange, is it not? Are the 12 otherwise engaged? I was given to understand they were your protectors. If you truly believe them your guardians, why do you not repeat the trick that served you so well at Cartano and call them down? They will answer, so long as you lavish them with crystals and gorge them on ether. Your gods are no different from those of the beasts. Icons, everyone. Except for this, and you will see how Eorzea's faith is bleeding the land dry. Nor is this unknown to your masters, which prompts the question, why do they cling to these false deities? What drives even men of learning, even the great Louis Soir, to grovel at their feet?
This is a question that will be unanswered for a while.
Your masters lack the strength to do otherwise. For the world of man to mean anything, man must own the world. To this end, he hath fought ever to raise himself through conflict, to grow rich through conquest. And when the dust of battle settles, it is ever the strong who dictate the fate of the weak. Knowing this, but a single path is open to the infinite ruler, that of false worship, a path which leads to innovation and death. Only a man of power can rightly steer the course of civilization. And in this land of creeping mendacity, that one truth will prove its salvation. Come, champion of Eorzea, face me. Your defeat shall serve as proof of my readiness to rule. It is only right that I should take your realm, for none among you has the power to stop me.
With Gaius, it's never been what he says. It's how he acts because of it. It's what he uses this truth to justify. Because under the guise of this very much sensible opinion, he has committed countless genocides. He's definitely not a good person. Even if his motives make sense. Oh, it has, yeah. This used to be a just stand there and hit him. Now he has mechanics. What is this? Mechanics? Yes, once again, they are. Also, the music. Imperium, Imperium. His theme is hot as fuck. Like, that is his theme. This is the character of Gaius van Belsar condensed into music. Do we get a phase skip here? Is it even possible to get a phase skip here? Or is he too tightly measured to be skipped? That sounds like unskippable. Yep. Yep. So, this is our first instance of a desperation move. See this bar here? If that fills up, we die. And it will fill up until we have solved this mechanic in its entirety. Which for this instance means killing all the clones before the clones kill us. Ah, shit. Big no-no time, yes. I hope the healer knows. Because the healer better knows. Otherwise we will die to this. I am dead. Hello? You want to do something? Yep, let's survive. The healer will die to this, I think. Oh, almost. I've seen so many healers underestimate the damage she does and just die. I didn't, I was smart.
I had not thought to be so hard-pressed. Your strength is most impressive. Such power befits a ruler. Yet, you lack the resolve to put it to proper use. A waste.
His theme is so hot. That is the ultimate weapon. By the way, is that the ultimate model? I think they updated the model with the one from Ultimate. Because the original model looked like a potato. He is indeed. He is.
Allow me then, hero, to do that which you will not.
Yeah, that's the updated model. That is so the updated model. Again, the original model for this, it looked like a veritable potato. We've seen it in the cutscenes once or twice. This part was undefined as heck. That's the updated model. They made this model around 4 years ago versus 8. Oh, also, this dungeon environment, it is probably the best looking in the game right now, because it uses a lot of experimental stuff. The next expansion will be featuring a lot of graphics updates to the game. And in this dungeon, they tried some of the new lighting, which is the reason why you can see like the light properly reflecting. Like, you can see all of this properly reflecting off of the ground here. Based on angle and everything, the light mapping in this room is stellar. This is how the entire game will look in about 2 years' time. This is just a... Will this burn our players' systems down? kind of room. Okay, it is time to queue. for Porta Decumana. Also pie. RTX on, yeah. This isn't even ray traced. I wonder how this game would look if they would program it with ray tracing. Oh wait, also scratch that. Reflection maps are very much ray traced. It's just pre-baked ray tracing instead of live ray tracing. But projection maps are in fact ray traced. I'm so blown away at how good the algorithm tracks the camera position relative to the reflective surface to apply the reflection map correctly. This would have been insane in a game from 5 years ago. Just a reflection map this clean is amazing. Leave it to Square Enix to put a lot of effort into minuscule detail. Oh, also, see how even the ultimate weapon reflects on the ground, but it does so in, like, horrid frame rate? Because this is live calculated reflection mapping, which will kill you? That's why you don't have mirrors in bathrooms in video games. Because calculating reflections in real time will melt your hardware. It means rendering the entire scene twice to figure out what should be on a small rectangle in the output. So that's why you don't do that. There's also a reason why the resolution for VR headsets is relatively low, because you need to render the entire scene twice for each eye, which means double the pixels per frame, which is not good to do in 4K. Oh yeah, that is amazing workarounds. But everything is... So, with game development, as with all things that cannot be simulated in real time, the motto is fake it till you make it. You just continue working on your fake simulation until you ended up making a real simulation down the line. But I love that the weapon reflects on the ground and everything. The light, it's so good. VR is a nightmare. VR is incredibly dependent on frame times. With this, it doesn't matter if these frames... If one of them takes a millisecond longer to render, in VR it does. It will absolutely make you vomit if you have inconsistent frame times. If you have 60 frames per second in VR, you need to render a frame every 0.016 seconds, or the player will vomit. That is a given. That's why you need good hardware for VR. Because it needs to be able to put out consistent frames, no matter what's on the viewport. Another thing that is really funny with VR is that a lot of things that go into it, you need to play a good VR game as your first VR game. Because a lot of what makes VR work is actually like biology research. You need to simulate staycations in VR. Staycation is a thing the eye does where you cannot see while the eye moves. Like, you don't really notice this consciously, but concentrate. Keep your head still and concentrate on what you see as you move your eyes to look at different parts of the room. The answer is nothing. You do not see anything while your eyes move. Your vision will, and I promise you this, always cut between points. You will never see your eyes move. And what this does is your brain actually invents information during that time. And yeah. So a lot of the things that you just take for granted if you don't wear a VR goggles, you need to replicate in VR, or the player will throw up. And that's why if you do use VR for the first time, play a well-established, good VR game with a huge player base that doesn't use thumbstick locomotion. If you move in the game, and it is not teleportation, you will vomit too. The worst thing you can play to try out VR for the first time is Skyrim. Because the start of Skyrim moves you without your consent perpendicular to the direction you are facing. You will absolutely vomit. Yeah. So eyes are weird. And you need to replicate this. Beat Saber is an excellent first VR title. So is, what's its face? It's called something along the line of, like, Office something. It's a game where you stealth murder your robot co-workers in an office. Yeah. I mean, you know the beginning of Skyrim, where you're in the cart. Now imagine you're not looking at a movie play on a screen, on a stream, on a screen, but you are in VR in that scene, and then try to imagine you not vomiting. They did not adjust that. You are finally awake. Yeah. So my suggestion for VR experiences is, find a friend who has a VR headset and try Beat Saber. Budget Cuts! Yeah, that one. Budget Cuts is amazing. Try Beat Saber or try Budget Cuts. If those games work for you, then if you really want to get into VR, start playing the games that have teleportation locomotion until your brain is used to VR, and then you can slowly start playing games that have thumbstick locomotion. Like Boneworks, for instance, is an excellent one for that. Or VR Chat, yeah. Honestly, VR Chat is great. And if you then are used to thumbstick locomotion, If you figure out a way that works for you, then you can expand. Don't go too fast. Use the safe stuff. Use the games that only move if you move physically first. Let your brain get used to moving without physically moving. It's the same reason you get seasick. All of this is the same phenomenon as seasickness. If you get seasick really easily, baby steps. Because if your brain detects movement with only one of your two senses it uses to detect movement, and you're not used to that, it will get very upset very fast. And yeah, so a VR exhibit at the museum is probably not good. Yeah. I want to own a VR system that I can use for streaming one day. And the first game that I would probably want to stream is The Room VR. Because I love The Room. The Room is my favorite, like, puzzle game series. And it's excellent. But yeah, like, Kakyoin, if you ever get the chance to try out Beat Saber at a friend's house or something, just do it. And start slow. Mm-hmm. What do you mean? You have friends? What do you mean? Oh well. That works too. Can we go? Hello? Do you want to fight me or not? How long does it take to turn on this fucking machine? Yeesh. That dude. Yep, nope, there's no shame in getting an Oculus or a Meta or whatever. Sure, Facebook login. Facebook assholes. Absolutely. But it's still good. Oh, the Quest just has like 2 phones worth of hardware in it. ARM processors are cheap. Well, I mean, that could change, Kakyoin. I mean... But yeah, the Meta Quest, or Oculus Quest as it was called originally, it has the drawback of you needing to have a Facebook account to use it. Which is probably part of how it's so cheap. But honestly, it's good. It is good. It is okay. It works. It is not the best you can get on the market. The best VR headset on the market is the Valve Index. It has extremely low latency. It supports a massive library of games. And it has, like, micrometer precision tracking of the player position and the controller position, if you set it up correctly. Which justifies the price tag, by the way. But the Quest is good, and it doesn't need a computer to use. the Meta Quest 2 it's fully integrated. You don't need a computer to use it. It's basically like a phone. You download the game directly onto the Quest and play it from there. And that thing's about $350. So if you want to get a really good, pretty cheap entry-level VR headset, buy a Quest. It is indeed not bad. It can do all the VR in one package. You don't need anything else. It doesn't have cables. Yes, the Index does need a massive setup. It uses the exact same trackers as the Vive, and it also needs to be connected to your computer for rendering. The Index is just a display. It doesn't have any, like, computation components in it. But the Index is the highest quality VR experience you can get. If you want to play anything like Boneworks, for instance, Index is the one to go with. But I also see no reason for just getting into VR at first to buy a $1,000 kit to just get into the hobby. Yeah, it has a curated library. It's an app store. It's like a phone. It's just VR headset. But I think the Quest will do a good amount of work on making VR more mainstream. Which is why I think it's valuable hardware, even if it is in the cold clutches of Facebook. It's really good. And the game I want to play personally is on it. So. But yeah. VR. Can we get into the content, please? I would like to finish this before stream ends. Yep, yes. If you play Beat Saber regularly, you will automatically lose weight because the gameplay consists of standing up and waving controllers around for hours. It is definitely exercise. Like a 2-hour play session of Beat Saber will probably burn around 400 calories or something. And you will get fit. Also, it's a rhythm game. Who doesn't like rhythm games? Rhythm games are great. We like rhythm games here. If there's three things we stand in this house, it is the company Rayark, Sid, and rhythm games. Specifically, rhythm games made by the company Rayark. Hey, it begins. Oh, Maker's Ruin, yes! My personal favorite song. I need them, yes, yes. Oh, it's a Storica character. Or could you imagine Maker's Ruin and Citus? This is such a good song. Yep, this is our theme. This is the main character's theme. the hero song. Da 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 da. Oh, the jails! No, my stacks! If I drop my stacks, I will cry. Yeah, Gaius is hearing our boss stream right now. Yep. Ah. Thy foe is darkness clad in steel. If thou wouldst triumph. I cannot read that fast. Thou wouldst triumph. I hate this. Are you Uriansei? Titan's essence? Torn from the ultimate weapon? Yes. Da 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 da. Yeah, he could not tell that Heidelin was saving us. But she is! Heidelin is protecting us! Oh boy. Yes! Crystal Mom! Once more, Crystal Bearer. Bear witness to the true power of the ultimate weapon. No, that's not what she said. Why is that not in my event log? Bear witness to the power of the crystal is what she said. Garuda as well? Impossible! But the ultimate weapon is not spent for Akon power yet. Yeah, I need to configure that. It's a different channel. You know you can customize these, right? Like, you can go here, and then you can go like event, and be like, yes, but I would. Yeah, but I would also actually really like, to have NPC dialogue announcements in this, and then there it is. Ta-da. You know we can customize these, right? It's just announcements and just text boxes on different text channels in the game. There's no safe zone. Naught will remain of you but ash. Catch him? Yield not to darkness, my child. Pray to the crystal with all thy being. Casually descending during the finale. Yep. Trains. No. How are you doing this? Da 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 da.
But the ultimate weapon is all-powerful. Why does my enemy still stand?
I don't want the chat shit.
Can his strength truly be so great?
Yes. It is time. I will hide my face.
That confounds you.
Bread!
La Brea.
Lahabread.
Your foe acts under the protection of the crystal he bears.
So, this is what empowers him.
Bread boy.
Beyond mortal limits. If you are to prevail, the hammer of darkness must needs be brought to bear upon the shield of light. And so it shall, for the Ultima weapon is host to a power of which you are as yet ignorant.
Speak plainly, Ascian.
The heart of Sabik. It is the weapon's core, an enigma whose surface even the vaunted scholars of ancient Alec failed to scratch. The magic within has lain dormant for eons.
Of what magic do you speak?
A spell without parallel. Ultima. I sought the life force of the primals for no other reason but to quicken the core. For the true power of the Ultima weapon lies within its now beating heart.
Sabik.
La Brea, what have you done?
Cringe.
No more than was necessary for my god to be reborn.
Damn you, Ascian.
The hour is at hand. Behold but a sliver of my god's power. And from the deepest pit of the seven hells to the very pinnacle of the heavens, the world shall tremble. Unleash Ultima!
Bonk. Yeah, this Lahabrea is speaking in lowercase only. In German, Lahabrea is speaking in full uppercase all the time. He has caps lock on and he lost the key. Just wonder what my controller's flipping. You're watching a stream, Melva. Lame.
Such devastation.
Devastation
This
was not
my
my intention. That is the line.
Heidelin, it seems the task of keeping your champion alive has exhausted what strength you had left. Van Belsar, your enemy's shield is broken. The rest
There is
I leave
particle
to
effect,
you.
Chan.
We will speak later, Ascian. But first, I must deal with you. The question of who is mightier remains.
It's me.
Come, adventurer.
Come.
Let us find the answer together.
I hope you're ready for a tutorial on how to boss fight. Because I sure am. Such hydration! Oh yes, the music. Oh yes. Transportation? Yay! Such adoration was my intention. Are you kidding me? The proc. It is time. Balls! Ah, you fucker! Dang it. Yes. Just tacos. The orchestral version they use in Ultimate is so fucking good. Yeah, I'd like to bring it to your attention that this is in fact not orchestrated. This is all samples. They made this entire track in a computer. There is an orchestral version though. The bite retraction is with the mechanist. Yep. I saw. I was not gonna comment on it. Come on. I'm just vibing too hard to be speaking right now. Oh boy. Ow. Heal me, please. White mage, what are you doing? Oh wow. Tank pads. Ah yes, the Ultima cast. Ultima! That's a bit of a fast cast bar for the amount of health it still has. I have not the strength to shield thee again. Permit not the manifestation of that vile magic, lest darkness prevail. Power up! Woo! Bathed in the light of the Mother Crystal. Crystal Bomb! First LB3 in the game, indeed. Level up! I'm now 2 levels above the cap for this content.
No! No, no, no! Yeah.
No.
Heed me. The subjects of a weak ruler must needs look to a higher power for providence, and their dependence comes at a cost to the realm. The misguided elevate the frail, and the frail lead the people astray. Unless a man of power wrests control, the cycle will never be broken. You of all people must see the truth in this. You who have the strength to rule.
Again, it's not that his... Gaius is such a weird, like... He makes sense in his reasoning, but he is absolutely wrong about the solution to the problem. He sees the problem, he doesn't see the path, though, which is why we have to fight him. Yeah, Gaius is what happens when it grew up in a totalitarian system. He believes that the reason the primals are summoned... Yeah. He can have every good intention, but he is trying to become the dictator of Eorzea, which is bad. But it's like... The only thing he sees is that if your ruler is weak, you summon primals. So that means everyone who summons primals must have a weak ruler. What he doesn't see is that primals are not summoned for lack of strength in the leader. They are summoned for fear of strength in your enemies. And the path to seize primal summoning once and for all in this world is to create harmony, not fear. And that's where he's wrong.
Pathetic.
Pathetic. Usamono da.
You boasted of unrivaled power. You were entrusted with the ultimate weapon. The ultimate magic.
I can confirm. I took a second to remember that. Yeah. I took a second to remember that you're Italian, and Kakyun can in fact confirm about Rome, because Rome is like right there.
And still you failed. So much for the glory of man. The growing imbalance afflicting the planet must be redressed. If it is permitted to worsen, the very laws of existence, both etheric and physical, will be warped beyond all recognition.
Yeah, you studied ancient Latin. Carcune lives in Italy.
Know you the root of this corruption? Hydaelyn. Like a parasite, she must be burned out if the planet is to recover. And not but the return of the one true god will ensure her complete excision. Yet, to pave the way for the Master's return, a chaotic confluence of untold proportions must needs be brought about. And that will necessitate the presence of the primals. Needless to say, both you and your scion accomplices cannot be suffered to interfere in this endeavor. You will not leave this place alive.
But Hydaelyn isn't a parasite, she's Mom! Mom! This guy says you're evil, Mom! Pathetic. Yeah. You know, it kind of gets burned into your head. I haven't played this yet. I have not seen this. And I am excited.
Last time your flame was extinguished, bringer of light.
This fight used to be a veritable slaughter fest where he died in like 5 seconds and then you waited for the end of his pattern so he would just keel over. I believe so. Go away. Be gone, thought. Whoa, that is smaller. I don't trust these. I was right to not trust those. He is a bit tankier than I remember. Also, he hits very hard, which I do not appreciate. Dark power ravages your body. No! No, thank you. I see what these will be doing. They will explode in an AoE about yay big. Wow, that is bigger than I thought. Ah! That is a good amount bigger than I expected it to be. Here, have your own. Have your mechanical bread. Enjoy. Dealing basically no damage to help. Oh my god! They gave him this? Did they give him exoflares? Does he have exoflares? These are tight patterns. This is a story fight, holy shit. Oh boy. No, thank you. Don't you dare. Okay. It works on him. Oh, fuckaroni. Oh god. Oh god. Ah! It is indeed. It is indeed. They had some fun with this, I see. He's actually a challenging fight now. Amazing. the laugh. Ow! You fuck! You piece of shit! Yeah. Yes! Okay, desperation move. Alright then. I want to get that on there, so it does take a bit of damage while I'm working on this one. That's a bit fast for my taste. I might need to get a new weapon, actually. That's a bit fast. My weapon is not good. Am I dead? Is this scripted? It seems scripted to me. Do I need to mash? What the fuck? You didn't have that in the original? What is that? Ow! Ouch! Just was always a vain struggle. Excuse me? The duty hasn't reset yet. The prelude! Surrender not, my child. Look thee to the light. Mom! And receive of the power to banish the darkness. Holy shit! But you should still have the strength to interfere, damn you, Heidelin. Yo! Okay! Just taunt from the heavens, why don't you? Beings imperfect cannot hope to defeat me. Triple? No, you do not. Triple. Triple. All right then. Ow. Withstood the darkness? Impossible. I'm fast. Ow. Not that fast. Nope. I mean, that's taunt from the heavens, my friend. That is taunt from the heavens right here. Which is one of the most epic tracks ever composed. But it does play in the overworld. In boss fights. Does it? I don't see Maker's Ruin personally, but sure. I might be missing it. I'm actually not really good with that kind of stuff. Especially because of the order they were introduced. You hear this before you hear Maker's Ruin for the first time. So I might just be mixing things up or just not recognizing it because they were introduced in opposite order. They are very similar though, I will give you that. I should be here. Oh, wow. Ow. Fire sphere. No. Illusory creation. Whoops. Wow, I dropped my stance, damn. Laha Bread is no longer possible. He is Laha Brea! What do you mean tight pattern? I mean, okay, this is probably really hard for someone who hasn't played the game before. But yeah, so, Kakin, you can see here that he has this letter at the end of his name. These letters, they cycle through based on, like, which number of aggro this is. So, the first enemy in content that you aggro has an A. The second one has a B. The third one has a C. And the fourth one has a D. And then after 26, it wraps around back to A. He was Laha Bread because in the original version of this entire content of Praetorium, he would be the I think 30th enemy you have to fight. So he would frequently end up with the letter D assigned to him.
The shadows. Make thee a blade of light.
Ooh. Maybe I'll... Okay. F. Oh, it's real Laha Brea.
What?
No, he's not dead. That would be too easy. Hi, Dylan. Everyone is here. F. Hi, Thancred. Are you okay? The crystal, it shattered. Friend! Go, friend!
And so my conquest ends, Sid. In smoke and ashes.
Hear, feel, think. Warrior of light, beloved son. The darkness hath fled before the unclosed brilliance of thy spirit. Yet it lingereth still beyond the sight of men, in forgotten corners of the world. In the depths of the abyss yet resideth the Dark One, watchful ever, till this evil be cast out. Never shall the world know aught
Yep.
but passing peace. Yet for the present, a gentle light shineth o'er the realm of Eorzea. With thee at its heart. From sparkling moat.
No, she's literally called the Mother Crystal in English.
Glorious sun, and all the world shall bask in its warmth.
She considers herself mother to every mortal on the star. And the people also consider her the Mother Crystal.
Go forth, my child, and be as
That
a
is
beacon
why
of hope
answers
for
goes
Eorzea
to all of
and
my
lands
children.
beyond through all the days of thy life.
My lady, all Twin Adder units have fallen back to the outer perimeter.
The Flames have completed their withdrawal, General. Admiral,
I don't know.
hands accounted for.
You've been playing the game for, like, 7 years.
He's still in there.
Still fully voiced.
Sid, has there been no word?
Charles. Charles?
Nothing.
Jason.
Nothing at all.
Jason, Charles, Chad.
Damnation!
Damnation!
He's going to make it, I know he is.
I'm fine, Ida.
Ida is right. We must have faith.
Sid, can they not be evacuated aboard the Enterprise? That adventurer and the Scions are as the Warriors of Light reborn. We cannot abandon them to their fate. Not again.
I wholeheartedly agree, but flying into the midst of that would only add to the fireworks.
There must be something we can do.
I'm fine, elf boy. Chill.
Please, Mother Heidelin. Please light his way through the darkness.
See?
Look into the light, my child. If thou would see thy companions return safe to thee, reach out to them now.
There!
Turn left. Why does the mouse just disappear? He did. He did.
Yay! Our warrior of light.
Yes, the hero returns.
Look, Thancred is with him.
Point.
Thank the 12.
Thank Red.
Thank Hydaelyn. Welcome home.
She had emotion. Amazing. Keep off the lake, Hulu.
You almost got us killed that one time, remember?
Now, we both know that was your
She had emotion sus.
Thank the 12, we're safe.
Mind your horns there, man-bull.
Mayhap when you mind your manners.
Though the crystal that bound Thancred is no more, I doubt we can say the same of La Habrea.
That would be too easy,
And
wouldn't
even
it?
if we could, we know that he is not alone. Confounded Ascians. Their god may be unknown to us, but their zeal is unquestionable. Suffice it to say, it would be folly to assume that they no longer pose a threat. Nevertheless,
There they are. All the voice actors.
for now we must savor what peace we have won, however ephemeral. Do you see, Grandfather? Our first step towards realizing the dream for which you gave your life.
All the voice actors did a job. They had no money for this. And it shows.
Friends, the dread night of Imperial tyranny and Ascian machination is ended. A new day now begins in Eorzea.
True to their name, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, along with our champion,
That
have
was
delivered
amazing.
us from darkness.
Let their shared victories serve to remind us of our shared history. And let their bravery in the face of adversity inspire future generations.
Malib is also solid in every language, in my
The
opinion.
realm will need bravery in the days to come. Old rifts threaten to divide us within our walls, while
Maybe
hordes
she
of
just had the
beastmen claw
best
at our
directions or something.
Though the Black Wolf be slain,
I don't know.
the rest of the pack remains. Yet no foe need we fear, so long as we stand as one.
So long as the Scions stand for peace.
So long as our champion stands fast. For there exists no adversity over which we may not jointly prevail.
No longer can we turn a blind eye to the suffering of our allies.
No nation stands alone. If one should fall, so shall we all. Eorzea is our shared home. For any one of us to know peace, so too must our neighbor.
Just as we join in solidarity before you this day, so too shall our grand companies be joined henceforth to strive not only
This
for the
voice
good of
actor
mere nation,
is the guy who sang Rules of Nature.
all the realm.
Just let that sink
Change will
in.
not come overnight. Yet I foresee a day, not so very far from now, when the lines that divide our lands fade, and all of Eorzea is one.
It has been but 5 short years since the Battle of Cartano. 5 years since the advent of the 7th Umbral Era. No victory, however sweet, can wash away our bitter sorrows. No triumph can reclaim those we lost. Yet do not presume you honor them by dwelling on the past. It was not the past they fought for. You would repay their
This is funny.
sacrifice by looking
Kupla
to the
Cop
future.
and Nanabu had the same voice actor in all languages but German.
United, as the warriors of light united in the champion.
Now is the time for us to rise as one, bearing all of Eorzea on our shoulders.
5 years ago, Eorzea bore witness to the end of the 6th Astral Era. Now,
Yuck.
the 7th Umbral Era draws to a close, yet we come together not to glory in its end, but to mark a new beginning.
Gun!
Let it be writ that on this day, by the light of the crystal, Eorzea ushered in a new era. The 7th Astral Era is come.
Staff sorted gun!
Thus is ours a realm reborn.
To me. Victory! And now come the longest credits in the game. Tell us why must we suffer? I just love this song so much. Suka didn't actually write this one. Uematsu did. And you can tell. Both of them have a style. Yeah.
Shining is the land's light of justice. Ever flows the land's well of purpose. Walk free, walk free, walk free. Believe the lamb's alive. So believe.
Indeed. I mean, I don't need to say anything, really. The game isn't over, far from it. And the credits speak for themselves.
Now open your eyes while our plight is repeated. Still deaf to our cries, lost in hope we lie defeated. Our souls have been torn and our bodies forsaken, bearing sins of the past, for our future is taken. Born of strife, these trials dissuade us not.
He is.
Without sound, these lies betray our thoughts. Mind by a plague of devil and cheat lords. Judgment binds all we hold to a memory of scorn. Tell us why, given life, we are meant to die. Help us in our
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Answer together. Sorry if I'm off key a bit today. I've had nothing but 3 to 5 hour meetings for the last 4 days. So throat isn't exactly good. Okay, I just didn't want to interrupt the song, but this will take forever. And here's the reason why it will take forever. Because to honor everyone who played the legacy version of the game, all of their usernames are in the credits. This will take literally about 3 hours. Let's not. Special thanks. Tsuhiro Arita, Shinichi Hashimoto, Masaki Kotosaki, Natsuo Nakamura. Sony. Yep, all of them. Nvidia, Intel, AMD. Oh, everyone was in here. Microsoft Japan. Production executives. Mr. Housing, Mr. Headshot. Producer and director, Naoki Yoshida. The man who single-handedly saved Square Enix's money by making this. Yes. They summoned him in time of need, and he just made this. Oh no. The Sussy Crystal.
What is it?
Still voice acted, by the way.
What was that?
That roar. It can't be.
Did you hear that?
There's no time to spare.
Where is it coming from?
Dread tidings, chaos and carnage! It is an abomination! A primal has awakened!
Oh no. Indeed, it is a bit hard. Some might say it is nigh impossible to find people to do this with. It's the bread! He lived! It is also some guy!
One Azaz move star.
And some girl!
Franza Lokpai ki Hads Haldorn Zul Ukudorn. We next starve Chemuv. They only cause the pause right ball.
Ah, yes. The Reckoning. Oh my god! Zodiac! Thus did dawn break in a realm reborn. But where there's light, there's always shadow. Les gasp. Hey! Congratulations! I feel like I'm in fucking... I was gonna say, I feel like I'm fucking NGE. Yeah. Hi, Alfino. Minfilia. And no longer voice acted. Because they ran out of money. The Archons have conducted a preliminary investigation into the origin of the roar and that rang up during the celebration. The findings strongly suggest that a new primer has appeared. The roar generated a distinctive wave pattern in the ether. A pattern observed only once before in history, 5 years ago to be precise. I should like to think it is merely a coincidence, yet we cannot discount the possibility. Well, I trust I needn't say more. A great sacrifice. We have delivered Eorzea from the threat possessed by the Empire, the Primals, and thereby secured peace. We cannot well allow the realm to be plunged into chaos once more. And then the realm continued to be plunged into chaos 5 additional times after this. You've given your all for a cause, risking life and limb, and I know not how many occasions, yet our struggle continues, and we need you now, no less than before. Please continue to stand with us. Together we shall safeguard the future of the realm, of this very star. Oh, and we fucking do. Flying unlocked. That's new. Warrior of Light. Woo! But yeah, so one of the reward items there was a Fantasia. Which means once you've beaten a Realm Reborn, they just let you redesign your character once for free. In case you don't like part about them. A Fantasia allows you to go back into the character creator and redo the things that you did there. As long as this game prints money and Yoshida still breathes, yeah. Breathes? Breathes! Fuck. I'll see myself out. I'm going to get banned. Anyway, the mount we just got is this. Friend! Oh, also I should mention, I have mount music off. This is the mount music on these. Because this is the exact model from Final Fantasy VI. With the exact music from Final Fantasy VI. It's Terra's theme, actually. But yeah, ever since about a year ago, we can fly in a realm reborn after beating the main story. To allow you to fly here, to make this possible, they had to remap all of a realm reborn, so you couldn't glitch into stuff anywhere. Because before you could fly, nothing here had any collision. So they needed to add collision to everywhere, so you couldn't get into the map by flying. This was an effort to get working. It was all done in their spare time, yes. Because the developers of this game apparently don't want hobbies. Oh, and I want to say here, nobody expected them to do this. They just like the game so much that they did this. And before you ask, yes, they did get paid overtime for it. Square Enix is actually one of the big companies that are very respectful with their workers and the time budget. Human resources actually very frequently gets into Yoshida's into Yoshida's hair about yes. The human resources department in Square Enix frequently gets into frequently complains to Yoshida that his employees often put in hours in their free time, and they obviously pay them in overtime, but they are still upset about it. Because they are not supposed to work that long. And Yoshida himself is kind of... Yeah, his employees too. Yoshida has the health of his employees in mind very, very much, but he also doesn't want to stifle their creativity. So he's always torn between berating them for working overtime and complimenting them on a job well done and letting them do what they want to do with their free time. And if that is working, yeah. And yes, Human Resources is also trying to make Yoshida not work himself to death, which is a very problem. He is tired. He is a very, very tired man. Yeah. But yeah, the time budget for this game is very much designed around how many hours are in the contract of the employees, and not how many hours remain until release. Yeah. So sometimes stuff just doesn't get done because they don't have enough time. Or sometimes they don't have a lot of resources to devote to a project, and it ends up being a bit subpar on the first iteration. Anyway. I log out here. But I think this is an excellent cut point because, I mean, we just finished A Realm Reborn's base game. And that quest over there is the first quest of the patch content. Once we accept that, we will be in 2.1. Yay! And we have to play through all of that. And then we will get to Heavensward. And then the story will become really good. Like, the story's already good. You have no idea. Like, this was nothing. So yeah. Get hyped. I will see you tomorrow. For D&D. And yeah. Good night. Yeah. I try to make nice streams.